The roll call. Ms. Duncan.
Chair Stevens,
Present.
Vice Chair Martin, Secretary Fletcher,
Present.
Regent Bogard,
Present.
Regent Cox, Regent Finan,
Here.
Regent Girdler, Regent Green,
Present.
Regent Hamilton, Regent Herdink,
Here.
Regent Jackson,
Present.
Regent Rabinowitz,
Present.
Regent Smith,
Present.
Regent Witten. Regent Witten. All right.
Present.
Okay, present. So we have a quorum and we may proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. I request for approval of the minutes of the June the 9th and 10th and the special meeting on August the 30th. There's any corrections to those minutes?
Chairman Stevens, there is a typo on page 7 in the second sentence. They should read "the," and otherwise those look good to me.
Got that correction yet?
I'm sorry. So are there any other changes? Hearing none. If there are no other changes besides noted by Regent Fletcher, then the minutes are approved with that change.
Thank you. Is there any additional changes to the agenda that before us today? Hearing none, we'll move forward. Dr. Zarapata.
I believe we need to take an action on ratification of college credentials.
Yes, sorry. College credentials, and that is all right. So Dr. Williams.
Yes, that's Dr. Williams. Before she comes to the floor, I would recognize that Regent Girdler is present for the record.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
The candidates for credentials are a part of the consent agenda.
Thank you. Oh, we got the next item, right? Presidential report.
Yes, just for clarification, Hannah, there doesn't need to be a vote on that?
No, they can be accepted by unanimous consent if there is unanimous consent.
That was what I was looking for. I don't know. Okay. Thank you. Before we begin, well, actually, to start the president's report, I've got two special guests. One, Dr. Vic Adams and Dr. Jennifer Linden, who are both going to speak about the flooding in Kentucky. Vic, if you're on, if you could please say a few words about some of the devastation that you've seen in your area.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Sarapata. Just want to be as brief as I can be because I know your all's time today is limited. But basically, Letcher County, as you all have, in eastern Kentucky, parts of eastern Kentucky were severely devastated by heavy flooding. Our campus in Whitesburg, we have 3 buildings there. 2 buildings were affected. One had approximately 6 feet, 7 feet of water in that building. So it is currently out of use and has been completely cleaned, disinfected, and is drying. And we are working now with the insurance and FEMA and our system office and DECA and all those folks involved to redo that building. The other building, Belinda Mason building, fortunately, it's built on top of a single level parking structure. So essentially, the first floor is the second floor of the building, essentially, in a sense that it's several feet above the other buildings. The lobby area received extensive damage, but the lobby area just had basically a set of steps in our elevator. So we were fortunate enough, our other building on that campus was not affected whatsoever. And we were able to utilize it. We first set it up as a distribution point to help our students, our faculty and staff to be able to get some stuff they needed. Now, for the bottom line, I guess, is the fact that we were able to adjust classes, adjust some delivery methods of classes, and we actually, as a result of some LinkedIn posts that I shared or I posted and then was shared by some of our employees, we received a ton of supplies and equipment from all over the country to start back up our respiratory program and our medical assisting program. So we were able to move them into another building. Now we're moving equipment in and equipment out as the day goes on. So we have both those programs, try to utilize it in one building. We've got people stuffed everywhere in offices that are in the hallways and wherever else. But we only had to delay classes 1 week over there in Whitesburg. And I think that's really a testament to our employees and faculty and staff at the whole entire college that just rolled their sleeves up and went over there and did whatever needed to be done to get classes and to help our students and phone our students. We're currently, like I say, in the state of working with FEMA and our insurance company to get everything rebuilt. We estimate the damage to the Cottle Hall building, that was our worst damaged building, to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $5 to $6 million. We're still trying to figure out what insurance will pay and what will be short. Our pre-enrollments had been increasing at a steady level, and when the flood hit, and actually it just leveled out. So we're still trying to figure out what our lost revenues are due to this flooding event. So we don't know at this point in time. However, the other campuses enrollments are up to the point where we have been able to meet our revenue projections for the fall semester, and so we still feel like that we've lost some enrollments, and we do have several that were no-shows that just didn't come to class. So I'll hush now and let any questions, anybody has any questions or anything.
Anyone have any questions for Dr. Ed? We also have Andy Casebeer here from facilities in case anyone has any specific questions, but I'd also like to give Dr. Linden an opportunity to speak.
There we go. How about that?
Perfect.
Okay. Well, first, I would really like to thank all of my sister colleges, KCTCS, system office staff, the KCTCS Board of Regents for the outpouring of support that's been shown to HCTC and our students throughout this time. Many of you have given time, money, effort, and continue to do so, and we are very blessed, and I thank you all. I also want to recognize our HCTC faculty and staff because they have been boots on the ground since the evening of the flood, and they continue to be boots on the ground serving our students. And we do have many students who are struggling. You know, HCTC, we serve some of the hardest hit counties, Breathitt, Perry, Knott, and we share many students from Letcher County with Dr. Adams in Southeast. So we are continuing to work with our students, contacting them, working with them on a very personalized basis because many of them still don't have water. We still have some folks in Knott and Breathitt that don't have water. We have students who are rooming together. We have students who are in campers. We have students who are in tents. So we're just doing our best to keep them in college and keep them positive. And many of them have spoken to me about how they feel like, well, at least with their education, it's something that they still kind of have control over. So we're really working hard to retain those students. But we've certainly been affected in enrollment. The flood hit right at peak recruiting time for the fall. So we saw a decrease not only in new students, but we also saw many of our students drop out. So since the flood, we've been tracking it and we've lost 183 students. And if you look at the counties where they dropped from, we lost 26 from Breathitt, 66 from Perry, 19 from Knott. And if you look at what they cited as the reason, because of course we asked, many of those it's flooding. So we hope to get some of these students back in the spring, but I'm just not sure if they'll be on their feet. We've also lost enrollment in workforce because businesses are busy doing cleanup. And we've been hit with dual credit too, loss in dual credit. We've lost about 200 in dual credit so far. We still have a few high schools who have not started back. We've got a couple of schools in Knott County that will start back September 19th. But as soon as the high schools have started, we've been in there working with those students, getting them enrolled. So we actually were able to start many of our programs on time, but we did push back the start date of some of our classes 1 week to 2 weeks. But we've started our 12-week session now. We feel like things are moving forward. Right now, we're about at a $500,000 revenue shortfall. That's going to come up. That's going to change. It's going to look better. But we're still just moving through things. We are really pushing 8 weeks hard, but I'm not quite sure if we'll meet our fall projected revenue estimate, but we're monitoring it closely and we'll give it our best effort. As far as our facilities, our Knott County campus, we are not able to use that campus at this time. We had 2 buildings there. The water's got several feet in each building. KCTCS, Andy K-Spear and his team, they've been wonderful working with us through the cleanup efforts. We've really gotten everything cleaned up now, and we've done a really good, solid inventory. And we're working through the insurance processes. We've got a claim with FEMA, and it will be a process. But I'm very appreciative of the help that we've received there. Luckily for us, that Knott County campus, we didn't use it quite as much for college classes. We weren't in quite the situation that Southeast and Dr. Adams was in, but we did use it for our adult ed. We had a few classes there, and the community has really been impacted because in those 2 buildings, we housed the county public library, we housed a daycare center, and we housed a program called Culture of Recovery, which is Troublesome Creek String Instrument Company. And they work with people who are in addiction recovery, and they make wonderful instruments out of Appalachian hardwoods. So there's been a big impact on the community because we've not had that campus. So I wanted to make sure I brought that out. But we're moving forward, and we actually have a couple of third parties who are interested in those buildings. And Mr. K-Spear's working with us to look at what options we have there on that campus and with those buildings. As far as our other facilities, we do still have FEMA on the Hazard campus. They are taking claims every day. Our campus at the Lee's College campus in Breathitt County, we did have a shelter there. We had 35, 40 individuals there. We had a student there with their family, and we've actually worked with the Red Cross. It was a Red Cross operated facility, and they've been able to place all those folks out into more permanent housing, so that's a good thing. And we actually, on the Lee's College campus, this could be a really good opportunity for enrollment. We are now housing the Breathitt County Area Technology Center. So we have 400 unduplicated students, high school students from freshman to senior there every day. The Breathitt ATC, they lost their building in the flood. They're not going to be able to get back in it. They lost all of their equipment. They've had a lot of really nice donations and equipment. Those are coming into the campus, but we are looking at housing them at least a year and probably longer until I think they want to perhaps get a new building, but we all know that will take a while. So, but I think that will be a really good opportunity for us, for those students too. So one thing that I'm really happy about, and I really wanted to brag about a little bit, is our HCTC Flood Relief Fund. You know, I spoke about how our faculty and staff have been boots on the ground, and they have been, and we've taken in a lot of donations, served a lot of meals, mucked out a lot of houses. But aside from that, we really wanted to get relief into students' hands as quickly as possible. So we started the HCTC Flood Relief Fund, and we were able to raise a little over $91,000. I think we'll be over $100,000 as soon as a donation from, I think we've got something coming from Kentucky Colonels. But we were able to raise quite a bit there, and I appreciate everyone's help with that. We received 276 applications thus far for flood relief. Those students had to fill out the application. They had to show that they had damage to their homes, to their vehicles. I think we had 50 who totally lost their homes that we have been able to help. The rest of them had damage to their homes that we were able to help. And I think we had 22 that had vehicle damage. But out of 276 applications, we were able to help 170 students. And we've been able to distribute out $85,000. And some of those students coming in and getting those checks, that was the first immediate relief that they'd seen. So it isn't much, but when you don't have anything, the first little bit you get helps. So we've been really proud of those flood relief efforts. We continue to raise money because we do still have applications that we've not been able to fund. We started a separate fund, and we were able to help some faculty and staff because they were hard hit as well. You know, they continued to work, but they were still cleaning up. So we had 17 faculty and staff that we were able to help, and we distributed $8,500 there. So just really proud of those flood relief efforts, and we'll keep those going. So if anyone has any questions.
Dr. Linden, I just want to say that this is definitely an example of why we are the community's colleges. So I just really appreciate the teamwork and all that's been done for our students.
Well, thank you. And again, I mean, so many of our colleges came out and helped, brought people, mucked out houses. I mean, it's been amazing, the support that we've seen from KCTCS and statewide. So thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to commend you as well. I had a few people sending me pictures of you with your blue jeans on working. So they said that you're president working hard at HCTC. So we appreciate all of yours and your staff's efforts. A lot of people don't know that Eastern Kentucky, especially our area, already had a housing shortage. That was a need. We have nursing students, we have residents, we have med students, we have ultrasound, phlebotomy students coming in from all over, and they don't have housing. They struggle to find places to stay, to rent while they're there temporarily. And so the county judge and I, we had been talking about some long-term housing efforts to begin with. And then the flood hits, and that caused it from being a major issue to a crisis. Because I think in Knott County, I went to a long-term recovery meeting last week, and in Knott County alone, they had 425 houses that were in critical or totally destroyed condition in Knott County. So it's been a very, very devastating event up there. So we appreciate everybody's help from throughout the state and individual efforts like yourselves.
Regent Martin, we appreciate you as well. You know, that was another whole piece of this was the healthcare. You know, you were getting people there. I think there were 1,400 people rescued, and many of those were rescued by helicopter, and they were brought into the clinics and the hospitals, and people were working night and day. And we were all working together, trying to help people and just trying to get them their immediate relief and care that they needed. Yeah. So thank you very much.
I think it was proof to the state that we do have boots on the ground that can do things pretty quick. So
one of the most unfortunate things that I've heard out of all this is the updates of the floodplains and the impact this is going to have on insurance. There's going to be a lot of places where you can't build anymore because they won't insure it. And so, there's a lot of there's a lot of rescue efforts going on right now and rebuilding, but a lot of that is trying to find a place to rebuild. Habitat for Humanity, I know, has been looking, trying to find land anywhere, and there's nothing to be had. So, Regent Witten.
Yes, thanks, Dr. Zarapata. Dr. Linden and Dr. Adams, I'd just like to echo the sentiments of Regent Martin and Regent Jackson. The work that you all have done down there is just nothing short of amazing. You mentioned, Dr. Linden, and I really appreciate your very specific numbers about the students that you've lost. And Dr. Adams, you mentioned the no-shows. So my question to you is, as a board, how can we support you with the recapture of those no-show students, of the students that you have lost? I know moving forward towards the 8-week and then of course to spring semester, just to make sure that they realize that we still care about them, which I know there's no shortage of care down in Eastern Kentucky. But how can we support you all to make sure that those students do come back to campus?
Well, I think just communication would be key. Sorry, Dr. Adams, I might have cut you off. And I think just that personal contact, and I think multiple ways of communication, because we're not really sure in some cases how to get the word to these students. So I think, emails, texts, phone calls, regular mail, and perhaps some of it is going to be like we speak of, boots on the ground and going out into these communities and different community events and anywhere where we can speak to the students. We've got a list of all the ones who did drop, of course, and we're continuing communication with them. And of course, we've got a list of all the ones who applied for flood relief, and we're staying in constant contact with them with the success coaches. So I just think communication efforts will be key, as well as marketing efforts.
Yeah, and I was going to basically say pretty much the same thing, and it's really a terrible situation in the fact that we don't know where all those students are that were no shows. I mean, I know we still have a lot of areas in Letcher County and that surrounding areas that are still inaccessible. We have an employee that is still riding a four-wheeler through the mountain in the mornings to get to the road to catch a ride on into campus. And so, I mean, we've got still hundreds of people that are living in tents. And so we were able to phone most of our program type students. And then, I went over on the floods occurred right before the weekend. I went over right after the weekend to our Whitesburg campus. And, I walked in at 9 o'clock in the morning, and there was probably 15 of our employees there, many of which had no water, no electricity, nothing. They came there, they were on their computers, they were on the phones trying to contact these students. And I do want to also go back and say the same thing that Jennifer said, in fact, that our sister colleges and all of my fellow colleague presidents and the system office, just amazing support. And, calling, texting, is there anything we can do? They sent supplies, they sent people. So, but the support that we need right now is just the communication and knowing that that it's going to be okay when you come back. We're going to help you get through things and finish and get your credential. And so that's the biggest thing.
I did have one short thing to add, and I know I don't mean to take up too much time. We were talking about ways to help, and one thing I reached out to Dr. Zarapata about, and KCTCS also helped us with, is many of these students lost their computers. They lost their laptops. That was something that was stated to us so often, and we had a small laptop loan program. We had a few laptops we could let students borrow. That we kind of started doing that throughout the pandemic, but we were able to secure a couple of sizable donations from some companies, and KCTCS helped us with that. So we're going to be able to purchase some additional laptops, I think, at Hazard, Big Sandy, because Big Sandy was affected as well by this flooding, and Southeast. So we're happy about that, and that will assist the students greatly.
Thank you, Dr. Linden and Dr. Adams. If nothing else, we know that Eastern Kentuckians are resilient. They're going to rebuild. We'll we'll get through this, but it's a terrible situation. It seems like it's one thing after the other, between the Western Kentucky tornadoes and now this, you start to think about what's next. A little more, Pam, do we need to go back and
Yes, I'm sorry for the confusion, but the consent agenda still needs to be approved. And we have asked Dr. Williams just to say a small bit about our students because they are the most important thing to us.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to lift up an item that's normally on the consent agenda and we just pass it and it moves through, but it really is one of the most important things we do. We give these credentials to our students. The students earn them. The faculty sit in consultation and vote that the students have earned that credential, that they're showing those skills, and then that credential takes them to the next step, whether it's another certificate or it's a diploma or a degree, transferring to a university or going into work. So 4 times a year, we bring to you the credentials of a set period. So this time it's April 9th through July 15th. I don't have counts on those. The way that we count credentials are during our official counting periods. But I can tell you it's a hefty book of people's dreams and heartaches and family support and all sorts of things. So I thank you for just taking a moment to think about what you're consenting to approve on behalf of the faculty and on behalf of our students. Thank you, Pam. Thank you, Chair.
So now we need a vote on the consent agenda, and we can do this by consensus. So if there are no objections, the consent agenda will be approved. Are there any objections? Then we have an approved ratification of certificates and diplomas and credentials, and hoorah to our students.
Thank you. I will continue on with the president's report and some really positive news. We've received quite a few grants. I want to mention a few here. Appalachian Regional Commission has given a grant to Big Sandy for $1.16 million to expand their welding program. Bluegrass has gotten, and this is a really good one because there used to be a narrative in the past about the National Science Foundation and community colleges that they didn't necessarily ever award money to that. Well, that's not true, and Bluegrass just proved it's not true. This was a scholarship in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics for almost $1.5 million. And this funds scholarships for academically talented, low-income students to study and implement a program of activities that support the recruitment, retention, and graduation in STEM. So congratulations there. Hazard from the James Graham Brown Foundation received $475,000 for the HCTC Success Zone. Madisonville for diesel mechanic training received $1.14 million. And I'll mention one last one here. Southeast from the Appalachian Regional Commission for the Power Initiative received $1.5 million for the Work Ready Training Center in Knox County. So a lot of good stuff going on, a lot of alternative revenue streams coming in, and that's always a positive thing to see. Now I'd like, it was probably about 3 or 4 weeks ago, Terry Giltner presented to Cabinet and then to PLT what our new marketing campaign is going to look like. And it's fantastic. I'd like to have Terry come on up here and share some of it with you. So Terry, please take it away.
Thank you for inviting me. Are you going to control things for me? Okay, great. Moving to the first slide to give you some background. Back in 2020, if we can just travel back there, we introduced a whole new creative concept that was aligned with our whole authentic identity branding program that we really spent about 2 years developing all around providing Kentuckians with a better life. And we created a whole new creative, if you want to slide to this background, program on that was all talked about being in the real world. And it was really a humorous campaign that did a play on the exaggerated lives that people are showing on social media compared to the real world lives of our students. Well, we launched that campaign in February of 2020, and what happened the next month? The pandemic hit, and really those commercials were not really appropriate to the lives, the things that were going on in our lives. So we redid the creative immediately to really reflect the pandemic and what was facing, our students were facing. And then we, back in 2021, we had to go back and do it again and revise it slightly because the world had changed a little bit, but the pandemic was still affecting us. So now it's really time to move on and refresh this creative to reflect where our students are, and also the prospective student research that we just finished last year that gave us a lot of direction on where we need to move and towards messaging for students that resonate with it. So as you look at these slides, I just want to have you all put some things into context. This is work that the marketing peer team has worked on for almost a year. And this campaign is focused on some key findings coming out of the market research. We need to do a better job of sharing our value proposition. More than just affordability, what does that really mean to our students? We also learned from the research that the quality of our faculty and programs was rated much lower than the 4 years. So really bumping that up and really featuring and showcasing our great faculty and programs, focusing on some of the technical programs in the key areas, reinforcing our transfer opportunities, but really important, kind of focusing on the short-term credential opportunities that came out very clear in the research, and really counteracting our #1 competitor, and that is jobs. Yes, we have 4-year institutions on a lot of, but jobs is our #1. So as you look through these slides, when I'm doing, keep some things in mind. The images are just placeholders. We're going to be filming these commercials next month in Elizabethtown. So they're just stock photos that we put in. Ignore the salaries. We are looking at that right now. Don't get involved in those numbers. Those are placeholders is all. Well, you will notice these commercials are 15 seconds long. And why are they? Because almost all of our advertising is done through digital right now. And 15 is really where it's at. People don't listen to much, watch much after that. And you will also notice we've done a lot with radio, because outside of digital marketing, radio is the second media that our colleges buy. And I want to remind you, as we go through this, all of the creative will be customized for every single college. So the new campaign, College for the Real World, College for Your World. So this is the first video. And let me put my glasses on so I can read it. Let's get real. For a lot of people, 4 years of college might as well be $1 million. With us, you can get a certificate in a matter of months and start a career right away. College for the Real World, College for Your World. And as you'll see, you're going to see this all the way through. It's the same person, but in 2 different scenarios, right? The KCTCS scenario and probably a 4-year scenario or a job scenario. Next one. Let's get real. You could go to work right after high school. But if you invest a little bit of your time, we'll give you a better chance to do more, be more, and earn more. College for the Real World, College for Your World. Okay, next video. Let's get real. With us, you'll get an education that can lead to a great career, but you won't end up with crippling debt. College for the Real World, College for Your World. Next one. This one is really featuring the nurturing environment and our faculty. Let's get real. In college, a little personal attention can go a long way. At KCTC offers small classes with expert instructors who have real world experience. College for the Real World, College for Your World. So that is one more video. And I think this one will be really entertaining. What's going to happen here is, as the voiceover is talking, this individual will be able to switch out a lot of different career opportunities, really focusing on some of those key sectors. So let's get real. It's not about doing what you're supposed to do. or what other people think you should do. It's about doing what you want to do. South Central Kentucky Community and Technical College offers better, faster ways to start doing whatever that might be. Want to become a nurse in just 2 years? Do it. Want to get a certificate in a high-paying job fast? No problem. Want to get the first 2 years of college out of the way for way less money? We got you. Because this is more than college for the real world. It's college for your world. All right, next one. And hopefully we will have the money to do this. We're still experimenting with this. This is new digital technology. And this is where a prospective student would see the ad, they would click on it, and then they would use their phone to take a picture of themselves. And then they would be able to slide through these different careers. And it's a rich mobile one, so we're hoping we're going to be able to execute that. And sometimes the agency gives us ideas that are great, but it can be difficult in execution. So next is radio. I do want to say with all of these, one of our key goals was not to look like every college. I swear, you can listen. You go on TV and you're listening to all these ads. You could close your eyes or close your ears up, and you could be for any college. And we really wanted to stand out. We are not a four-year institution. We are unique and different, and I think these spots really do this. So we have a couple of radio options. The first one, let's get real. If you're one of the million people who don't really know what they want to do after high school, why spend 4 years and $1 zillion trying to figure it out? At South Central Kentucky Community and Technical College, we'll help you choose from dozens of exceptional certificate and degree programs. And if it doesn't work out, you can try something else and still finish in way less time for way less money than at a four-year school. College for the real world, college for your world. You might wonder why we use South Central Kentucky Community and Technical College. It's our college with the longest name. So when we're looking at timing, that's why we always use that school. Okay, radio option B, let's get real. It's not about doing what you're supposed to do or what other people think you should do. It's about doing what you want to do. South Central Kentucky Community and Technical College offers better, faster ways to start doing whatever that might be. Want to become a nurse in just 2 years? Do it. Want to get a certificate and a high-paying job fast? No problem. Want to get the first 2 years of college out of the way for way less money? We got you. Because this is more than college for the real world. It's college for your world. All right, option C, let's ignore that. We decided yesterday not to do that spot, and we are making another spot. This is new news to everybody. Most of our traditional advertising right now is sponsoring University of Kentucky and University of Louisville sports because it hits all our targeted audiences. Is where we get the most bang for the buck. And so we decided to take the same concept, but compare it to, we don't all have sports teams, but we do have this. So it really fits in the context when they're advertising sports and when the games are on. So that is just one change. So if we'll go to the next is digital advertising. And the next spot is TikTok. And TikTok really is very effective for us. We were very surprised when we first started doing TikTok ads. They not only do awareness, but they also generate leads. These will be both student generated. When we do the shoot next month, we're actually using students from Elizabethtown to do this. And as you can see there, there'll be a student that says, hey, I graduated 3.4. Want to start a career ASAP, don't want to spend a lot of money. So really sharing their story. The second one does the same thing. Got a certificate in 8 weeks and got a great job, what debt? So we're not only going to be filming these and actually offering them as ads, we're then going to be going out to campuses and getting students to kind of do that and feature that on their own TikTok platforms. So I think that'll be really effective. There's one more TikTok that's following. And again, these are kind of myth busters. We think this will be great because there are a lot of myths about community colleges and how we can overcome them. All right. Next one. And these aren't as sexy, but they are digital display ads, and we really have to use them. But I think they really will be effective. These will slide through where you'll have the 4 years, so much money in debt, and or you can start a job right away, or you can go to school for a couple, for a short time and have a good career. So those would be our display ads. And this is another one that it will slide through and you'll show the same person, though with different hats on or different uniforms on, just showing all the options that we offer at our colleges. And I really love this one. As I said, we're going to be sending photographers out to our colleges, and we're going to do an open, I don't want to say casting call, but having students show up who want to be part of this. And these can be used for college banners on the campus. They can be used for posters. They can be used for so much that show the different faces of the people that we serve that says college for my world. And I think that really, I don't know, really looks nice. And we'll be using that in a lot of our recruitment materials. And the last one is just a social media filter that will allow students to put their filter on if they're in Snapchat or wherever that we've got these placed. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Terry. I think we've made great strides, particularly in digital marketing. We're really meeting our audience where they're at, and I'm looking very forward to seeing the results of this. Just a few more things. The CPE Trusteeship Conference and the Kentucky Chamber of Commerce events. So we have 8 folks going to the trusteeship conference, Brittany Bogard, myself, Joe Hirdink, Patsy Jackson, Kelly Rabinowitz, Hannah Rivera, Richard Smith, and James Lee Stevens. So that starts bright and early Monday morning and wraps up Tuesday afternoon about 2:45 or so. So I'll be bouncing around all over. They've got the trusteeship conference and CP is also running their board meeting. And so it's my turn to present the KCTCS placemat sometime Monday morning. I got to figure out exactly when. And then I'm on a panel that afternoon. So anyway, it'll be a very interesting conference. A lot of, we'll get to see a lot of my university president comrades. They'll be there. So I'm looking forward to it. And also next Thursday, Chris Rice, the futurist who spoke with us back in November, will be having the event in Frankfurt. I've talked to him. He's really excited about this. He's got a whole bunch of new information, and now with the economy going where it's gone, he's got even scarier things to tell us. But you know, we need to pay attention just to make sure that we're ready. So I'm looking very forward to that. Regent Girdler, thank you for the hospitality in Somerset and helping us out with the houseboat that evening. It was wonderful. We had a really nice PLT retreat. It's one of those things where we got a lot done, but just the chance to sit down and talk just goes miles and miles and miles to really, you know, open up dialogue and share ideas. It was really wonderful. And Wendy, thank you. Wendy's going to be going with us to the Family Scholar House Gala this evening in Louisville. I've been on a very regular cadence with Kathy Dykstra, and I just got great news Monday evening that all 16 of our colleges have now done campaigns with the Family Scholar House. If you missed it yesterday, there's a kiosk that we put back near the bathrooms. We didn't do that to put it near the bathrooms. We put it there to make it a little more private so that folks from the community, when they do come in here, can request supplies from the Family Scholar House. They're making a big push, not only statewide, but nationally. And so they've got housing projects going up in multiple states right now. And they're just doing wonderful, wonderful things. With that, Chair Stevens, I am complete with my president's report.
Thank you, Dr. Zarapata.
Chair
Next item,
Stevens,
any other question for Dr. Zarapata?
I don't have a question, but I do want to commend the work in the digital marketing for Dr. Zarapata and Terry. I think it is absolutely genius that we are focusing more on that and including students. That is really our greatest advertisement. They have this lived experience with us and they listen to each other. So I think going on the TikTok and allowing students to really share that lived experience is probably going to be one of the most impactful things that we could have done, and definitely the most economical things that we could have done.
And I think
Bigger
the big
bang for-
shift is that we're not just doing this on the academic side, we're doing this for workforce as well. And so we've got workforce
Phenomenal.
campaigns going. It's both, you know, both equally.
Thank you all. Next item on the agenda is that several of the regents, as well as staff members at KCTCS, attended the ACCT conference in Washington, D.C. in August. And I'll start out with a few comments as it's always enlightening to go to conferences and you think that you may have problems. But you realize that you are very blessed as a organization with people and all of these things, resources compared to what is going on in the other states in this country. So, and the fellowship, we were able to spend some time at a round table with Wendy and I and Keith and Joe and Patsy and Pam and Hannah. So I want to thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to give the other regents an opportunity to say some comments about the conference. Wendy, you'd like to?
So the way Chair Stevens asked us to address what we learned at conference was for each of us to take kind of a little section of the conference and then report back to you on some interesting things that perhaps we learned or takeaways from that. So my section was on parliamentary procedure, and I learned quite a few things, actually. One was on members being able to speak twice on the same question on any given day, and limited to 2 minutes in those 10 minutes in those discussions. I also learned that there is an option to vote present, which means that you're not registering a vote. I think most people think of that as a pass, but that is not the case. We can vote yay, nay, pass, which means it'll come back to you after the vote has completed, or present, meaning you're present but not registering a vote. I also learned about how to properly amend a motion, striking out words or inserting or adding words, striking out or inserting or substituting paragraphs, and then information about previous questions. So it's a motion that's used to close a debate, and the person who calls for the question has to be the person who has permission to have the floor at that time. So if someone else is speaking, someone can't shut down the debate by calling the question. I found that very interesting, and I don't know that in all my years of Parley Pro, I really knew that's how that worked. That motion does require a second. We learned about the history of parliamentary procedure, which is really interesting as well, and how motions to table an item or to take something from the table also is used. So to make a motion to table, they have to be asked why and then postpone the vote or the motion. If the motion is not taken up at the next meeting, it dies. So things that are put in the parking lot, if they're not circled back to, actually die on the table. So that was something I learned. Reconsidering. So if you want to reconsider a motion, it has to be done at the same meeting. Can't be at a future meeting or pulled back from a past. It has to be a member who voted on the prevailing side. So if a motion passes and then you have an opportunity to reconsider at the same meeting, then you can pull that back out and say that you want that reconsidered. After debate, a vote is first taken on on whether or not to consider the reconsidered motion, and then if adopted, the question is debated and voted on again. And then the other thing I learned, and I'll wrap this up, was on bylaws. And if we make a bylaws change, a bylaw takes an immediate effect. So it isn't, this will go into effect in the future or the next meeting. It takes effect immediately. So rules and customs are designed to help and not hinder the business. And so one of the fun things that they said is most boards follow Bob's rules, not Robert's rules.
Joe, do you have any comments?
I did not do a report, I'm sorry, but I do like to give a little background why I was excited to go to the ACCT conference. When I first got on this board, I realized I had no idea what I was doing. So I reached out to a trusted advisor and said, how can I do this better? And this person recommended this book written by the ACCT, Trusteeship in Community Colleges. And there's not been, in the 2 years I've been on board, an issue that hasn't been covered somewhere in this book. When I saw that the conference was happening in DC and the facilitator was actually an author of this book, Dr. mess up her name probably, Dr. Mary Splide. She was a facilitator. It was amazing. She wrote the section of this book about the relationship between the board and the president, specifically the board chair, and how important that relationship is for a functioning board to have with your CEO, your president. She kind of led that, and other presidents and their board members were there, and we had conversations about those relationships, and that was neat for me to hear that and see that. And I actually got Dr. Spide to sign my book. I'm a nerd, sorry. So if you don't have this book, do we get books for everyone? Yes. Go to this book. Anything ever comes up in these meetings, I guarantee there's a chapter on it in this book, and I was very excited to hear first person view of it. So thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I also don't have a report, but just a couple comments. I looked particularly at the section on advocacy. It really wasn't new material for me, but it definitely was a good reminder. Some of the things about points of pride to really know about your students and your offerings, the impact that you can make in communities, as well as a 3-minute story. Because obviously we have to take advantage of any time that we have the ability to advocate for the organization or the system when we have an ear that's willing to listen and definitely has an ability to impact us in a positive way. So I really just enjoyed that reminder that we need to know our institutions well, know the systems well, to where we can have an informed conversation and hopefully be able to move our system and our institution forward, that people will invest in us because we know where we're going and it's a place we need to be going, and they realize with confidence that they are going to get a return on investment when they invest in us.
Thank you. Pam, you have anything you want about the conference?
I would like to say that I learned so much, but more than anything, it was a time to talk one-on-one with the Regents and to learn what they were passionate about, what they felt about the system, also to kind of get points of view from staff, and then also from Regents, so that we could kind of put together a unified and seamless vision for the system. And so sometimes just sitting down to talk helps to move the institution forward in a much bigger way than these board meetings do.
Thank you. Hannah, any comments?
I echo what Pam says, that it was just a wonderful experience to be with Regents outside of the traditional meeting. And, it's interesting when you are with boards of other states to learn about how they are either appointed or elected. I think that we have one of the best arranged boards in the fact that we have appointed members, but then we also have faculty and staff representing on the board. And then we also have students, and there are boards out there that do not have students on them. And maybe some that don't even have faculty and staff. And so with those additions to the board, I think that we really do ourselves a service and our stakeholders a service, that we have all of those opinions on our board and experiences and information to guide us. So yes, it was a wonderful conference. And ACCT, for those who may not be familiar, is Association of Community College Trustees. So yes, everyone gets a book, and I hope you will all have a chance to look through it and read some of it.
Thank you. As Hannah says, that the participants got the book, and then Hannah, we decided that to have every member to have a book. And as Joe said, anything you want to know is in there. You may have to hunt for it a little bit, but it is in there. So a great opportunity. And as I said before, if we get maybe frustrated or we don't understand, we are doing great things in Kentucky compared to the other 49 states. I mean, there are just some things going on, and it's hard to imagine, and with boards and their responsibility. All right, the next item on the agenda is Dr. Zarapata in reference to finance.
Yeah, so at our last board meeting, we had a relatively brief discussion about reserves. And traditionally, or at least the narrative in the past, has been that it's been 3%. Well, nobody really knew how we got to 3%. Buddy and Beverly have worked with the business affairs officers. And Buddy, if you want to say a few things, I'd appreciate it.
Hello, thank you. Yes, at the June board meeting and just for the new Board of Regents, there was discussion in regards to our policy in regards to the board reserves. We have a brief sentence in our policy that states a budget reserve will be budgeted annually by the KCTCS Board of Regents. So you guys asked us to come back and actually increase that policy and give a better definition of what the board reserves actually is. So we reached out to all of our chief financial officers, college business officers at the colleges. They were very appreciative that they're getting a voice to bring to the board in this decision. And I want to give a special shout out to Sarah Price for consolidating all the information that they received from all of our 16 college business officers. So in the recommendations that we have before you now, the way we've got these ordered is the order that we had the most votes for at each of the colleges. So the first one is a 3 to 5% budget reserve of state appropriation and tuition and fees less the system-wide contracts. So that was the best option that most of our colleges talked about. They said that anything above 5% would actually strap their ability to budget in each fiscal year. Then we had a recommendation of 1 to 6 months of budget reserves of the unrestricted budget dollar amounts. And again, that was a concern that anything above a month would restrain their annual budget. Then we have a board reserve recommendation of 1 month of our average payroll. And currently with the 3% board reserves that we have been doing, that basically covers 1 month of our salaries. Then we had, and these last two, I apologize if I miscommunicate these on behalf of Chris Cummins at South Central. His recommendation was a board reserve of 3 to 5 year of anticipated future raises. And what he was thinking about is that in the years where we can't afford a raise with our regular general fund, that the board could approve that we could dip into our board reserves to help cover those future raises that we're going to have. And the last one was a board reserve based on a percentage of building cost. And that was reserved for emergency repairs and items like that. So what we're doing, this is informational purposes for you guys today. What we want to do is get some feedback in the next couple of months from you guys if you have any more recommendations. And then in December, we'll bring an action item to actually define the future board reserves that you all would want to approve. What method would you all like us to go forward with? That's what I have.
And just to clarify, Buddy, it's not a recommendation to adopt all of these. It's
not a
choices.
recommendation. These are the recommendations that were provided.
Yeah.
We're looking for feedback from you all to what you think. And then in December, we'll take all that and make a final recommendation as an action item for the board at that point in time.
Buddy, I have one question. I mentioned this in one of our faculty meetings locally, and it was watching colleagues scurry around to assist maybe Hazard or I know Vic Adams as well. In considering this overall reserve, would it be appropriate or possible to delineate a certain fund for disaster emergency, sort of a contingency fund? Because I know obviously tornadoes happen, floods happen. And as a system, we have reserves, but do we have a specific pot or should we have a specific pot that those colleges know they can lean to for the immediate relief?
So, and you're correct. So that's basically what this board reserve is. It's for contingencies, for emergencies and situations like that, where the board would release these funds to help. I'm going to say it's not fortunate, but the flood, in this case, the floods happened early in the fiscal year. So we're able to supplement that right now until we get our insurance. But if it happened at the end of the fiscal year, then we would have probably come to you and say, we need to dip into these emergency board reserves to help Hazard, Southeast, Big Sandy move forward. Because that's basically what the board reserves are. It's basically an emergency situation that we dip into. Fortunately, over the years, we've never encountered that. And we've been fortunate enough this year that, we have the funds available to help get everything started in those areas to recover, and then we'll be recouped through the insurance and stuff.
I understand and I appreciate that. That was kind of my question because I know we have that general pot, but right now, like you said, depending on when you would need that,
Yeah.
it could determine, how much we would need to
Right.
take out of that. So, would there ever be a case where we would spend it for raises or something else and then perhaps be short on the emergency crisis part? There's not a specific amount, right, that is allocated specifically to natural disaster or those kinds of things.
There's just this
And
one pot of money that for
would that be
everything.
appropriate to ensure that we have that there? Because obviously we can't operate if we don't have business,
Right.
a building and things like that to do our business.
Okay.
I don't know, I'm not the business person, but it just seems like we're having more and more of these disasters and the impact is tremendous on the local community. And I just wish we had a pot that was specific for that.
Okay, I can take that back. We actually are meeting with all of our chief financial officers next Tuesday, and I will bring that topic up to see how they would like to move that forward and provide another recommendation to the board. Yeah.
I love the idea of being able to anticipate lack of revenue to support those recurring raises. I think that is really smart, and whoever came up with that idea, thank you. We've been talking about that for years on this board. I think most personal finance consultants would tell you that you need a 3-month nest egg, and I think that's just for individuals, but I think that's maybe a reasonable number for the colleges as well to consider, is maybe a 3-month reserve as far as their payroll and their expenses. The question that I have is, I know each of the individual colleges have these foundations that have lots of money, some of them not as much as others, but have any of those foundations kicked in to help with emergencies, disasters, those sorts of things? Or would it be appropriate, and I don't know how they particularly work in each of the individual colleges, but is that an area that we could turn to for a rainy day fund kind of help?
I don't know the full answer to that, but I'm going to say that we could always inquire about it.
I know they're separate from us.
Yeah, I know
so.
they are separate, and the foundations usually have some kind of set guidelines on how that money is spent. Not to say that we could, not go back to that donor or the foundation and ask them if there's a possibility to change things. I can work with our director of philanthropy here and see what we can do with that. But I mean, it's always a possibility to ask whether or not it happens or not. That's another thing.
I would think that those foundations are meant to kind of prop up the services of the colleges and to support the mission of the colleges. And it seems like maybe instead of tapping into a rainy day fund for the system office, that those foundations maybe could replace some laptops or some phones or some other services to some of those students in the local areas, in particular in the event of a natural disaster. But I think this is very clever. I really appreciate that everyone's really thinking about different ways. And it looks like with all these options, there's some different ideas on how to accomplish this. And as I was reading through that, I was glad that you said that's not all of these things. And maybe it's a combination of these things.
Yeah.
But I definitely think we need to be looking at that 3 months of reserve for whatever reason, rainy day or otherwise. But
Right.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
How would the 3-month reserve compare to the 3%?
So I don't have those numbers available right now, but it would actually three-month would be a little bit more because our 3% basically will cover 1 month's salary. So then
Yeah.
you're going to add,
That's what I thought.
2 extra months to that. And of course, our salaries are our biggest expense. So
Yeah.
I can get those numbers.
I know I've been involved with conversations in the past board meetings, and I think we looked at 3% as being the norm across the board for community colleges.
Yes,
so-
it basically 3 to 4% is what we were finding.
Yeah. So I think we're in line with what
Yeah.
industry standards
Right.
require. So, and the more restrictive we get on what we use it for, it takes away the general fund or general reserves. So I'd be very careful as to how I allocated, it for either flood relief or disaster recovery versus payroll.
Any additional questions?
You've heard the comments that Buddy has made, and I would encourage board members, as you think about it and review it, if you have ideas, you can send them to Hannah and she will pass them along. We want to be sure that you have opportunities and you have suggestions. And so when this is brought back in December, all your questions are already answered. So if you need additional information or you have a point that was not raised and you want to discuss it, feel free to say Hannah and we'll get you the information and we'll try to come up, have Buddy's staff to look at all of the options that may be available. Any other questions of Buddy?
I would ask if the presidents have any input on this. They have any suggestions or input?
Dollars to get down for that, so it has helped us help students in different situations. But it does get kind of complex when you start looking at the foundations because that money is just so restricted.
If that is the case, I would really encourage the college presidents and the philanthropy folks to try to get those dollars in unrestricted. I know that was a huge campaign that took place with the change of the guard at Morehead State just a few years ago. Dr. Morgan was able to raise about $2.5 million in a year unrestricted because he made that the focus of the philanthropy campaign, that it was about student scholarship. We were done with brick and mortar. We were done with naming rights and things like that. Not that that's happened completely, but one of the really good things that he did was say that we are here for these students and every dollar we raise needs to be used for them. So I would encourage us to get away from asking donors for restricted funds as much as we could.
Any other questions?
All right, thank you. I'll
Thank you,
keep you
buddy.
guys updated.
Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We're back from the break. The next item on the agenda is legal counsel Duncan, and she'll make those comments. Ms. Duncan?
Thank you, Chair Stevens. So we are back and we continue to have a quorum. I would like to indicate also that Regent Hamilton is on the phone, so he is present, but not able to be seen at this time. So this information item actually stemmed from our conference in Washington, D.C. It was extremely beneficial to hear talk from other board members, from other board professionals about sometimes the struggles that they were going through, sometimes issues that were arising. And also, if you have not seen, there was actually a United States Supreme Court case about an elected official. And when I say elected, that's an actual election process where people go and cast a ballot for a trustee. And it had to do with freedom of speech and types of speech that they were using that were kind of contradictory to what the board was doing. So apropos to that, the Model Code of Ethics came up, and it was an intriguing issue and document. There are clearly issues of ethics and principles are a little bit harder to wrap your arms around unless the board has a way to proceed based on a violation of code of ethics. And so Chair Stevens, Secretary Fletcher, Regent Herdink, everyone who was there felt like this would be a good idea for us to have as a board. So essentially, rather than saying there's nothing we can do about that, you as a board are able to call out really behavior or conduct, speech that violates some sort of really inclusionary type of philosophy that we might have. So we asked that the one of the facilitators there send us a model code of ethics from ACCT. And Hannah has pulled that up. And so this really will go through what is expected of you in really civil behavior in the board. And I will say this, I have not known us to not have civil behavior, so I don't want you to believe that this was based on something that someone has done or is expected to do. This is merely about best practices for boards and their governorship of themselves. So I would ask you, when you have some spare time, to take a look at the ethical code here, that is the model. I will be in the next couple of weeks, probably posting to our virtual work site a version that is our version, and it will be specific to our Board of Regents, and then you will have the opportunity to comment on it, to ask clarification, to ask any questions, suggest any revisions, and then in December we will come back and vote on that as an action item. Are there any questions about Code of Ethics? Regent Fletcher.
Permission to pull something from the parking lot from a previous meeting. So one of the other code of ethics things that we discussed was the president's cabinet code of ethics. Where are we on that?
So if I could hold that for just a second. I would like to talk about one more item on this, and then I will tell you where we are on that.
I was just thinking if we could get them both at the same time, it would be one code of ethics conversation. instead of two.
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct. So basically, you also should have in this little blue folder here a conflict of interest form. And I would ask you to take a look at that right now. In this form, you will need to tell us whether you have some conflicts that you feel like you need to report. And then if you do have some conflicts, you can list them there below. And basically, we have a very specific 45A conflict of interest statute that basically says that you cannot financially profit from anything that you vote on as a board or a board member. But we also, that also applies to your family members. And we also have just general conflicts of interest. So for instance, if you had a best friend from junior high school, and that best friend was up for a contract that you had some sort of vote on, then you probably would want to recuse yourself. So while it doesn't rise to the level of an actual statutory conflict, it certainly creates the appearance of a conflict of interest that might be harder to explain than simply saying, I'm going to recuse myself. So also, you should remember that this is a living document. So let's say that you fill this out and you have no conflicts right now. But as the course of the year goes on, you realize that you have a matter coming in front of the board that actually does present a conflict. Then what you should do is to call my office and we'll talk through it. I actually talk through conflicts with you to determine whether they really are conflicts. So sometimes people will use that term very broadly and it's not really a conflict. So feel free to call my office and I will talk you through that. But then we would have you fill out the form again and add that as a conflict. And then that way you recuse yourself and you would not vote on a particular matter that you feel you're conflicted out of. So at this time, what I am asking you to do is before you leave this room today, if you will fill this out, and if you need to talk with me prior to that, I will make myself available. If you don't, fill it out and make sure that Amy gets it. Additionally, in your packet, you have the certificate of receipt or distribution. That comes from the Attorney General's office. And if you need to fill that out because there have been changes to the Open Meeting Act. And that's why we keep saying to you, make sure your camera is on at all times. Make sure your camera is on at all times, because that specifically is one of those changes. Also, if you have any questions about that, Terry Diatley has done a really nice little memo on the changes to the Open Meetings Act, and our Open Meetings Act guru is sitting right over here. So if you want to ask her anything about those changes or me, let me know. Brianna.
Yes, thanks, Pam. How would you like, I believe it's just Karen and myself to proceed with that. Will you send that via DocuSign so we can sign them electronically and get them back to you?
Yes, Amy has said that she will send those out DocuSign and you can send them back to her.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
And would you care to clarify for perhaps those that are watching, when you talked in your first statement about not being able to financially benefit from that, how faculty and staff are able to vote, like on the raises, for example? You know, that's something this board does. So maybe just for clarity of people that are listening, would you mind just to remind us of that?
Yes. So at one point in the history of the board, there was the decision or the interpretation of the statute from prior general counsel that faculty and staff could not vote on overarching pay raises or on the president's pay raise. So they were not able to vote on any compensation matters. Actually, faculty and staff asked for an attorney general's opinion and whether they could vote on compensation. And the attorney general said, yes, they can. And so we go by that opinion. You cannot vote on an individual matter of compensation for yourself. So for instance, if Regent Jackson were getting a pay raise and for some peculiar reason it came up here to this Board of Regents for a vote, which it would not, but if it did, then Regent Jackson would need to recuse herself from that vote. So it is about your specific gain. It's not, for instance, on the 7% raise, it is not about all boats rising. It is about only your boat rising.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Does that go the same for the personnel transactions? So like we have to approve the personnel report as far as changes, promotions, leaves, all those things. What if a board of, like a staff or a faculty region is listed on that as well? Is that in total they can vote on it, or if they're on that report, they should recuse themselves?
They do not need to recuse themselves from that because it's about compensation. So we don't really know that there was a specific just pay raise given. It would be about changing of jobs. So we're not necessarily needing them to recuse themselves. So finally, as to Regent Fletcher's question, yesterday we did finalize the draft for the conflict of interest form. It is very much like this form. And it will be going to all key employees. So that will probably be all of cabinet, all of the president's leadership team, and at their discretion, any key employees at their colleges. So what we're talking about is the internal auditor recommended that we also have a conflict of interest policy for our employees and also to have that form annually signed off on and to have it be exactly what I said, a living, breathing document whereby if during the course of the year something were to come up, they would have to also affirmatively identify that conflict and make sure that they had nothing to do with the action where they were conflicted. So we are finalizing that, and I would say that that will be happening within the next 2 weeks as well. Any further questions on this matter? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is Lynn Hillis and our 403B plan.
And this is a follow-up to some of the conversation we had yesterday.
Good morning again. So this is what we're trying to do here is a play for our employees. So we're suggesting 2 changes, which we are currently exploring, and then we would ask the Board of Regents to vote on those in December. So the first is we want to review our vesting period for our employees. So right now we have a 5-year cliff vesting, which means that at 5 years, employees own the employer contribution in their retirement account. So most organizations, so if you think about Vanguard did a study in 2020 and 48% of their accounts that they manage or their companies they work with have immediate vesting. The private sector, you will find, has a lot of immediate vesting, 1, 2, 3-year vesting. So from a staff perspective, we believe that this will help us attract talent, because waiting 5 years, in my experience, you typically see from a pension plan. So, and when you do research, what you'll find is a lot of cliff vesting falls at 1, 2, or 3 years. So we're exploring that now to find out what that would be. There is no financial impact for the organization, according to our finance group, because we already have the funds within the plan and in the accounts because of the contributions. The second thing that we're looking at exploring is, and this was actually, when I reviewed this with the HR peer team, this was one of their suggestions, and I brought it up with the cabinet, and we really liked it, was what's called a grading vesting period, which means that you can vest in your retirement plan over a certain number of years. So as opposed to everything cliff vesting, every year you get a certain percentage of vesting. So for example, the first year an employee could be 25% vested, the second year 50% vested, the third year 75, and the fourth year 100. Or you could do 33, 33, 34, whatever that looks like. So we're exploring those right now to see what that looks like, and we'll come back in December and have this board vote on that. Typically, retirement plans are used as a retention tool. We believe that with our 10% match and the 5% match from our employees, which totals 15%, we're not so much worried about retention, but we're worried about losing particular candidates by having the current 5-year cliff vesting. So are there any questions or comments on that before I move to the second change? Yes.
Currently with the 5-year vesting, and this might be a financial question and not HR, where does that money go if you're not vested?
You know, I asked the same question last week and someone was trying to find the answer to me. So maybe somebody in the finance group knows that.
Hello. So basically the way this works is that when a 403B individual gets paid, KCTCS contributes 10% and then the employee contributes 5%. So that money, that 15%, is actually sent to the American Century, TIAA, craft, whatever. So that money is held with them. So when an employee, say for instance, employee leaves before they're vested, basically they're still eligible for that 5% that they contributed to. But the 10% that KCTCS puts in stays in that account. And it's not used because it's for future stuff. So basically what happens is that when one of those employees leaves, the 10% that KCTCS has put into that account stays within that account. Then the next time we get billed, that 10% credit basically comes off of our next bill. So it's kind of like an in and out process. We don't lose it, but we don't gain anything either. So it's there.
Yeah, that's a great question because I think a lot of people have that question throughout the KCTCS system as well. Any other questions? Thank you. So the second change that we're proposing making is also a play to help our employees. And currently in our plan, we do not have a defined period for a break in service. So that means if you work for KCTCS and you leave, maybe it could be 2 or 3 months, and you come back, your vesting period starts over again because we don't have it defined in our plan. So we'd like to put something in our plan that defines a break in service as 6 months, which would allow people that leave and then come back within that 6-month period would not start the clock back at 0 for their vesting. So I see a lot of people shaking their heads. These are 2 definite employee-centric changes that we'd like to make to the plan. Any questions or comments on that?
How close are you to making those changes?
Well, so what would have to happen is today's informational. We need to do a little bit more research on the graded vesting to see, we want to talk to our retirement, TIAA and some of the other retirement to see what that looks like. And then we also need to see what that looks like from the back end, from an operational impact. But my take is I want the employee to be first. We'll worry about the operational background second. So what would happen is if the board votes yes in December, then it would become effective on January 1st, 2023.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions on that? I think that will be a great change for our employees and, you know, we've got the great plan to retain, but we need something to attract as well. Thank you. I
Thank
think
you,
I've got the
Lynn.
next
All right.
item too.
Yes,
Yes, you do.
stay right there and go right ahead.
Okay, so the next is the ratification of personnel actions. So, you know, I'm not going to go over this whole thing, but just what I think is probably important. So there are some administrative appointments. So Telly Sellers is the interim president of Big Sandy. At the system office, Lynn Hillis came in as well as Scott Tracy. We have one special leave with pay longer than 90 days. On the next page, we have 3 administrative appointments. And then also I want to point out that we've had 49 staff or 49 resignations. And I want to just spend a little bit time talking about exit surveys. So in the last, or I'm not sure which board meeting, but there's some questions about why people are leaving. So we're piloting an exit survey in the system office right now, which once we finish that pilot, will go to the colleges. But there are some colleges that do exit surveys today. So what we're hearing from, as far as those resignations go, the themes that we're seeing are around salary, better opportunity, remote work, and career mobility. And if you think about all of those reasons, we have control over all of those here at KCTCS. So hopefully as we begin to think about some of these more employee practices, we'll be able to reduce our attrition. And then I'll give more updates on that exit survey as we begin to roll that out. We've got, and I talked about this yesterday, about 181 vacancies, and we still have 3,770 full-time employees at KCTCS. So those are the pieces I wanted to review in the personnel actions.
Any other question? Regents?
I do
Wendy?
have a comment. The math doesn't add up on our document in the board book. It says regular full-time positions as of August 1st, personnel system. It lists UK faculty and staff. The 18A, 151B, the faculty and staff there is like 3, 6, and 9. It says KCTCS 3659 and faculty 1429, staff 2230 for a total of 3770. That math doesn't mesh.
No, it doesn't. I'll have to go back and check that out, Regent Fletcher.
Okay, so I come up with 7,318 just for KCTCS, and if you add those others, it's 7,540. So there may need to be a correction on this document for records.
Thank you. My guess is it's full-time versus part-time. Because when you add the part-time, then you get up to the 6,000 to 7,000, but we will definitely look at that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none. Thank you, Lynn. Next item on the agenda is Hannah.
We need to take a vote to ratify the personnel.
Okay. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Is
With
there-
the amended data, with the amended correction there on that report?
Yes.
Okay.
With the correction to be made is that here a vote. A motion? Please, need a motion.
I make the motion.
Second?
Whitman,
Okay.
second.
And the motion is to ratify personnel actions with the amended data.
Correct. Do it by consensus.
No,
Oh.
we're going to take a roll call
Okay,
vote.
roll call vote, please.
Chair Stevens?
Yes.
Vice Chair Martin?
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher?
Yes.
Regent Bogard?
Yes.
Regent Finan?
Yes.
Regent Girdler,
Yes.
Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Hamilton is not on camera. Regent Herding,
Yes.
Regent Jackson,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz,
Yes.
Regent Smith,
Yes.
Regent Witten.
Yes.
Of the regents voting, it is unanimous. The personnel actions are ratified.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is Hannah Rivera, introduce the Board of KCTCS Region ratifying of student elections. Hannah?
Thank you, Chair. Ratification of student election procedures. As you can tell, we have already had our student election with the addition of Richard and Brittany here today. This took place on September 1st. We had briefly talked about changing these procedures at our June board meeting. They just needed a little updating, and previously they specified that only the student president from each college could be considered for the Board of Regents. We actually changed that so that any student leader could be considered if they were nominated by their college president. I think that worked really well. It opened the field a little bit, and we had some more interest in the spots this year. We also changed the date of the student elections. Previously occurred as specified in the procedure in August, and we have changed that to reflect that it can occur anytime before the September board meeting. So we just need to ratify these as they are part of the board bylaws. But again, they were just some minor changes that allow a little bit more flexibility when conducting the student election procedures.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? I need that motion.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right,
Stop it.
we will take a roll call vote on this as well. Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Vice Chair Martin,
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher,
Yes.
Regent Bogard,
Yes.
Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Girdler,
Yes.
Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Herding,
Yes.
Regent Jackson,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz,
Yes.
Regent Smith,
Yes.
Regent Witten.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Thank you, ma'am. Next item on the agenda is Beverly Malone to introduce the internal audit risk report.
Good morning. I've first been asked to differentiate an internal audit versus an external audit. An internal audit is conducted normally by members of an organization or the employees of an organization. They review policies and procedures to make certain that they are being adhered to. They then make recommendations to the management to ascertain that operations are being handled effectively and efficiently. Versus an external auditor. An external auditor is an independent outside organization. They follow generally accepted auditing principles in conducting the audit of the financial statements that have been presented to the external auditor. They then make an opinion about the materiality of the information contained in those audits. Any questions about the differentiation? KCTCS had an internal audit staff. Last year, the board voted to eliminate those positions and to issue an RFP for those functions to be handled by an external audit. Dean Dorton was selected as the external auditor with an option option. Dean Dorton conducted the internal audit for, thank you, excuse me. Conducted the internal audit for FY '22, and they have issued an internal audit plan for FY '23. The internal audit plan was presented to the Internal Audit Committee in June, and it was approved by the Internal Audit Committee. The purpose of this is to request that the board vote to approve the internal audit plan of Dean Dorton.
Go ahead.
Do you-
Yes,
Okay, so we will need a motion on this.
yes, a motion.
The motion would be to accept the internal audit plan.
So moved.
I'll second.
Question? All right, Madam.
No discussion, we will take the vote. Chair Stevens,
Aye.
Vice Chair Martin,
Aye.
Secretary Fletcher,
Aye.
Regent Bogard,
Aye.
Regent Finan,
Aye.
Regent Girdler,
Aye.
Regent Green,
Aye.
Regent Herding,
Aye.
Regent Jackson,
Aye.
Regent Rabinowitz, Regent Smith,
Aye.
Regent Witten.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
All right. I want to make the Regents aware in our December meeting, we'll have the auditors, external and internal, make a brief presentation of the status, where they are, any initial findings, and these are initial findings that they have. So you will hear a report from them in our December meeting. It's usually customary that the group reports at least twice a year in the December and June meeting in reference to the audit. So that'll be done. All right.
Next three are Beverly's.
Yep. All right, Beverly? You have the next item.
Yes. The next item relates to the Newton Campus North Building. Any capital project that where the scope is more than $1 million requires approval by the Board of Regents. Andy, come forward. And I've asked Andy Casabier to come forward to respond to any questions that you may have about the next
Thank you.
documents, items. The board for the BCTC Newton North Building renovation, the board approved a $12 million scope. That scope has increased because of market conditions. And we're now asking for additional funding to support those additional costs. And that additional funding is $3.6 million. And Andy can speak in depth about the market conditions and those items in particular.
Probably told many of you recently, the construction market is extremely volatile. The Fayette County area as well as the Jefferson County area are extremely hit right now because there's a lot of construction work underway at the moment. We're still in the design phase for this project, but it is at a point where we believe it's going to come in over budget. The forecast doesn't look like it's going to change. The 3.6 we're asking for, 2 million of that has been given as a contribution from the city of Lexington. So we're just going to add that. And we're not looking for you to give us increased funding. We're looking, Bluegrass has the funding available in their accounts to do this, and they just need your approval to move forward. It's a very important project. It will put dental, hygiene, cosmetology and testing functions of the college from different remote places all throughout their system to a centralized location. So it's the forward-facing programs that they have where a lot of the public comes. And it's the first development on the Newtown North property. So it'll be Newtown North campus. This plus a classroom building that they have a line item approval for begin next year from the legislature as a state funded. Will get them completely off of the UK campus, off of the LRC building that we're over there, which has been a goal of both us and the Commonwealth for about almost 2 decades. So it's very important. This piece, and that other piece will actually be the conclusion of that effort to get that campus consolidated. Right. Yes.
Why this is an important project, come to the podium, and I'll give you an opportunity to tell a little bit about I always like to hear, no disrespect from the systems office. I always like to hear the people that we're going to look to.
Well, good morning. He did say everything. The only clarification was we would like to keep some minimum presence on UK's campus. And this is the most annoying project to me. We started with 4.9 million, then it went to 7.5, 4 what are we now, 12 point something, and it need to go up again. But it's a very important program because we have our dental hygiene program on UK's campus. It's one of those unique programs where we have our own clinics, but the student don't get the hours because it's intimidating for some of our clients to come to UK's campus. I've been here 43 months and I got 6 tickets. So nobody wants to go to UK's campus. So this will be in a location where the clientele base is located. Any other question? Thank you.
I just have one
Chair
question.
Stevens.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I do have a question. Chair Stevens?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
I'm interested in understanding, has the scope of the project changed? I mean, I think we all understand that construction materials are at high market peak at this point, but what specifically has increased that dramatically to cause the need for substantial additional funding?
Well, the original plan, which was the 4.9 million, was this is a campus portion of the campus that we received from the Department of Juvenile Justice. It has some existing buildings on it. And the initial plan was to try to take those buildings and rehab them and restore them to be for our purposes. That site, before we obtained it, had been sitting vacant for a long time, so the buildings are in very poor shape. They're also of a construction, some of it's were dormitories for juvenile students. And so those facilities are residential construction, which doesn't meet what we need. There's also a detention building there that has, sails and reinforced walls with all that stuff. And we tried to see if we could take that and refurb that, but as well as it being in bad shape, we can't do that. So we've had to go to building a new building. So the 4.9 back 2 bienniums ago was plenty of money. The construction market has continued to go up. So we increased the scope to the 12.4, which allowed a new building on that campus, as well as a lot of site work. Right now, just to clarify for you guys, when we're asking for the 13.6, that's what we anticipate the construction to be with some contingencies built in. We will continue to work as we move toward the completion of the design and toward construction. We're going to continue value engineering efforts and try to pull it down, but we have taken all the non-essential things out of the building already, so we're not certain we'll be able to bring more down. But this is just to make sure that we can move forward and not have to come back to you again.
So you basically went from a redevelopment to an entirely new building.
Yes.
Yes.
So the scope has entirely changed.
Yes.
Okay.
And also with construction, you don't know until you dig. And as we look into it, we have been getting some other surprises along the way. Electricity line that we thought was going around it actually went through part of the building, so we have to reshape the building. And so it's one surprise after another one. But like he said earlier, we have the funding to complete the project.
It was a good deal for the land because it met our purposes, but it was full of a lot of pitfalls that we've had to overcome that we didn't know about.
Any other questions?
I'm just curious, was the $4+ million the original ask to the Capital Planning Advisory Board? Is that what you're saying you started there?
Yes, the first biennial request was to use restricted funds of 4.9 million. Then there was a study done to make sure we could move forward with the building. Then we couldn't use the 3 existing buildings. So then it was gone back for a reauthorization at the 12.4.
Okay.
Now, these numbers include furnishings and equipment, and of course with dental hygiene and with cosmetology, both of those are extremely large equipment users. And so those equipment costs have gone up even more than the construction. So it's all included.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
James Lee, one more comment, please. What
Yes, ma'am.
happens if this is delayed? You know, we're at market peak on the construction cost. What happens if this gets delayed for a year? Construction costs come down and you experience substantial cost savings. Has any thought been given to a delay scenario?
Yes, we looked into, we've been watching the market for a few years now as it's continued to have issues. All the forecasts that we're seeing, especially for the Fayette Central Kentucky area, does not look promising that this is going to change anytime soon. If we got an indication that if we waited a little while, then that would be something I would talk over with the college. But at this point, what it looks like is the longer we wait, the more it's going to cost.
I did look into that and it's not promising. And the other reason why I want to move forward is the capacity at UK is limited. This year, I had 148 applicants, qualified applicants. But given the capacity, we only admitted 24. So this project is going to help us double our capacity. So waiting is an option, but as we look, and as he said, it's a gamble that may not help us. We just don't know.
Any other questions? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion
I'd like to make a motion to accept the capital.
and a second?
Second.
So the motion is to increase the scope of the Bluegrass Community and Technical College Newtown Campus North Building project. Chair James Lee,
Aye.
Vice Chair Martin,
Aye.
Secretary Fletcher,
Aye.
Regent Bogard,
Aye.
Regent Finan,
Aye.
Regent Girdler,
Yes.
Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Herding,
Yes.
Regent Jackson,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz, Regent Smith,
Aye.
Regent Witten.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is in reference to Gateway Community College. Beverly, you have that one also, and then the president can have an opportunity after you introduce it to present his comments.
Yes. The Gateway Community College project involves mechanical equipment upgrades. We're not asking for additional funding. This is a change in how the project will be paid. Originally, it was going to be financed using the energy savings performance contract that would have required financing with a payment of interest, of 13 to 14 years. The decision was made to finance this through the asset preservation pool, or to rather run this through the asset preservation pool. And so that is the only difference in this, with this project. The funding remains the same.
Any comments from the president?
No, I think this is much needed. I think we'll talk about the very similar thing at Southeast as well. And while this isn't going under the energy savings contract, I think it's very.
All right, the president of South Gateway, have comments?
Just that we're just trying to keep the buildings up.
Thank you. Okay, that's a good deal. All right. Here, a motion to approve this item.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
roll call vote.
All right, the motion is to approve the interim project scope increase for GCTC mechanical equipment upgrades. Chair James Lee Stevens,
Yes.
Vice Chair Martin,
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher,
Yes.
Regent Bogart,
Yes.
Regent Finan,
Aye.
Regent Girdler,
Yes.
Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Herdink,
Yes.
Regent Jackson,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz,
Yes.
Regent Smith,
Yes.
and Regent Witten.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Next item agenda is building project for Southeast, and Beverly have that, and then we'll give an opportunity for the president to make a comment if he so desires.
Yes. We're requesting a $5 million increase for mechanical and equipment upgrades. Again, the $5 million was going to be financed through an energy savings performance contract with interest paid for a term of 13 to 14 years. And the decision was made to run it through the asset preservation pool. The additional cost can be explained by our by Andy.
Yeah, Andy, could you talk a little bit about the additional costs?
Yeah, as I explained yesterday when I talked a little bit about ESPC projects, the interest rates have gone up. And so what we're doing here is in fact, it was Sandy Atkins, who's my director of budgets for capital projects, who discovered that we could actually save a lot of interest money, and we have the asset preservation money available. So we're just and also so you understand, in the budget that you approved last time, there were already a portion of this that we wouldn't cash out. And so we were doing it with asset preservation funds anyway. We're just pulling the things that we were going to finance through ESPC over. So this takes care of that and causes the college, instead of paying on that loan for the next several years, they'll see the savings from this immediately. And so their operating budgets are taken care of right away.
Joe?
The asset preservation funds, are those divided between the colleges, or is it one lump?
We were given a pool that's divided by year, so each of the 2 years. What we were able to do is every project that you approved for this current biennium is covered by these asset preservation funds, with the exception of a couple that they ended up giving us a line item project for. And we have additional money at this point. We're also saving contingency for over budget, so we won't be coming back to you to talk about that, but we're going to use this funding as quickly as we can and best as we can to upgrade all of our facilities. There's projects at every single college. And just to also tell you, just so you understand, we talked a little bit yesterday about Hazard had gone through one iteration of ESPC projects, and we couldn't make the second one cash flow. So it, as well as a few other colleges where we couldn't make something cash flow, we're actually using asset preservation funds to do those. Those are things that you approve. So this is a normal use for this funding. We've done it on several other projects.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, we'll call for a motion. Second,
Second.
vote please.
So to restate the motion is to approve the scope increase for the South Central, Southeast Kentucky Community and Technical College mechanical equipment upgrades. Chair Stevens,
Aye.
Vice Chair Martin,
Aye.
Secretary Fletcher,
Aye.
Regent Bogard,
Aye.
Regent Finan,
Aye.
Regent Girdler,
Yes.
Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Herding,
Yes.
Regent Jackson,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz,
Yes.
Regent Smith,
Yes.
Regent Witten.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the evaluation of the goals of KCTCS and Dr. Sarapata, I'm sorry, Karen Finan.
I think you're muted, Karen.
Yes, I am. So, thank you, Chair Stevens. Hannah, if we can go ahead and put up that talking point document. Thank you. This committee consisted of Chair Stevens, Chair Fletcher, and myself. All KCTCS regents participated in the survey, except for the 2 students and the 2 new incoming regents. For this evaluation, you can see that the time period is from September 2021 through September 2022. Paul was provided with an advanced copy of the evaluation from Chair Stevens on Friday, September 9th, and we met with Dr. Sarapata on that following Monday to discuss the evaluation. Again, Chair Stevens, Chair Fletcher, and myself. And we're here now to review this at the September 15th, 16th board meeting. Our methodology basically included the fact that initiatives receiving 80% or above through a combination of exceeds or meets expectation was listed as a positive outcome. So all ears, DEI, and workforce. Initiatives under 80% receiving progressing rankings were listed as an opportunity, and those included strat plan, academic, innovation, and fiscal responsibility. We did provide all comments without names to Dr. Sarapata as part of this survey, and it's my understanding that that's the first time that that has occurred. The committee felt that this was very important so that Paul could read those for himself and that those comments were not interpreted by the committee. We also wanted all voices to be heard. We have new members, mid-level members, and members who have been on this board for years. And so we wanted to make sure that everybody's opinion was represented. And so we elected, again, without names, to include all the comments. This committee also recognized that moving forward, we need to establish better metrics for the goals. Timing of the strat plan development, which would have helped provide the metrics for the time period we're looking at. And the current design of the performance goals did not allow really for a quantifiable review of the goals. So moving forward, we feel that Dr. Sarapata's performance goals will include specific metrics, and we'll also look at an alternate survey tool. So that was an active conversation within the committee. We also wanted to point out that we really appreciated the document that Dr. Sarapata provided this board prior to the survey, and that was the document that noted achievements outside of the established goals. We felt that that was very important because it could have looked tactical in nature, but it really showed movement on Dr. Sarapata's part in making decisions at the staff level, the initiative level that helped move KCTCS forward. And we'd like to continue to see that from him. Hannah, if we can go down a little bit. So overall, we felt that the survey results indicated positive outcomes with opportunities for increased impact on the KCTCS system. And of note was the All Ears Tour. This ranked 90%. Hannah, if we can go down just a little bit. There you go. This ranked 90% with a combination of exceeds and meets, and then the 10% progressing was noted. This was met with strong support as a communication vehicle to generate input from leadership, faculty, staff, community. Moving forward, we'd like to use the goals outcome to quantify and report progress consistently to all stakeholders. So integrating the results directly into initiatives and also demonstrate substantial impact. Paul was able to collect information, but as part of the goal, tell us what you did with it, how it moves the system forward. If we go to the next initiative or goal, the DEI focus at the presidential level, this ranked 80% combined with exceeds and meets and 20% progressing. We felt that this focus had created priority status for the DEI initiative. And moving forward, we feel that this should remain a system priority with progress demonstrated and reported consistently to all stakeholders. We can go to the next workforce education and the training goal, which was goal 5. This received a ranking of 80% and with exceeds or meets and 20% progressing. We felt that this effort had accelerated impact within the KCTCS system and Commonwealth. And moving forward, innovative solutions and quantifiable results need to be pursued and progress reported consistently to all stakeholders. And I will say, you know, after yesterday's meeting and the report from Jesse on the workforce front, I think, you know, a great elevation of talent within the system. There was quite a bit of clarity around this effort. And so I think it demonstrates, you know, where we are with this ranking. If we can go to the next one, this was categories that we felt offered further development. And that was in the 22 through 26 strategic plan, ranking 70% with a combination of exceeds and meets, 30% progressing. This important initiative must be further developed and implemented as Dr. Sarapata's long-term vision for the KCTCS system. It will define them, as noted earlier, it will define the metrics for next year's survey and evaluation. One of the things we suggested to Dr. Sarapata that moving forward, using strategic resources and board input to project and adjust direction of KCTCS through this strategic plan was important. And we asked that he include his findings from workshops, professional development surveys, anything garnered from outside resources that he or his team attends that would help us guide this strategic plan initiative. We want it to be a living document. The next area, goal 4, innovative academic access and improved educational models. This ranked 70% with exceeds and meets and 30% progressing. Exploring ways to provide for innovative academic access and improved educational models to help students gain skills most relevant to current and future state workforce, we felt required continued exploration and advancement. Moving forward, we felt that it is important that the future of KCTCS is driven by clear intent and supported by appropriate trend analysis and data, that the message must be consistent with all stakeholders. So we're looking for more advancement on that goal. And then finally, goal 6 on the fiscal accountability. This ranks 70% exceeds and meets with 10% progressing and 20% needs improvement. We felt that promoting fiscal responsibility across the system by identifying alternative revenue resources and aligning staffing needs and work environments with post-pandemic realities and enrollment should be an ongoing effort. It must be elevated and transparent as a priority need, as this is a priority responsibility of this governing board. We cannot expect to receive the same level of funding that we have in the post-pandemic area. So moving forward, understanding that we have to identify alternative sources of revenues, and those revenues may decrease. And so making policy change related to financial oversight and system review of physical assets, we felt were in order. So moving down from question 6. All of you received a copy of the evaluation, I believe, that had all the comments in there. I'm not going to read through those, but we did summarize those in certain areas. So based on board comments between September 21 to September 22nd, the board noted Dr. Sarapata's leadership growth. He has faced new and unique challenges this past year, and we feel have grown as a leader. Has shown an ability to adapt to changing systems needs, and that was reflected in many of the comments. On the engagement and communications front, we felt that Dr. Sarapata is engaged and is providing informed feedback, and communication efforts continue on a positive trajectory. We noted his strength on the legislative relationships. These all were positively noted and encouraged to continue, as the articulated plans will bring great benefit to the KCTCS system once implemented. His work on improving the KCTS culture through DEI initiatives and other avenues were noted as making a difference. The importance and scope of this effort was underscored. And then also as a positive, strengthen personal performance. I think we've all seen that. His willingness to strengthen his own personal performance while building his team was noted and is important to the future of KCTCS. We also saw opportunities as a result of his performance during this time period. The leadership development, the development of his cabinet, the PLT, leadership, faculty, staff, student level services, all who support his vision for KCTCS is very important to this board and also to the system. So we encourage him to continue to identify new ways of doing this. Ownership of vision, goals, and strat plan, while recognizing the progress already in place, is an area that we'd like to see reinforced and advanced, and we feel is very important to our continued progress. Mission relevance, keeping the mission related to the Commonwealth of Kentucky and our 16 community colleges in the forefront, incredibly important as Dr. Sarapata sets the site for this system. The funding plan, again, is reflected in the goal comments. Comments really, recognizing the need for alternative funding plan and sources of revenue has to stay in the forefront. And then finally, continued growth. While we recognize his strength and personal performance, we encourage Paul to take on continued growth and development as part of this next year. So on behalf of the KCTCS survey or evaluation committee and the board, we'd like to congratulate Dr. Sarapata on his high level of growth and development as he enters his second year of leadership. Coaching services as well as counsel from this board remain available as he provides the vision and the operational leadership for KCTCS. The continued focus on development and strength of the KCTCS system, as mentioned earlier, remains equally important as the new strat plan is implemented. And then, continuing on his path and communicate the achievements, making the intent clear to this board, communicating this on a consistent basis is very important. Congratulations, Dr. Sarapata. We look forward to your continued leadership of KCTCS. With that, Chair Stevens, I turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Any other board members have any comments? Hearing none, we'll take a vote. A motion and a vote to accept the report from Ms. Finer.
I'll make a motion to accept the Regents' recommendations.
Yes, second.
Second.
Okay, so the motion and second is to accept the evaluation of KCTCS President's 2021-22 performance goals and objectives. Chair Stevens.
Yes.
Vice Chair Martin.
Aye.
Secretary Fletcher.
Yes.
Regent Bogard.
Yes.
Regent Finan.
Yes.
Regent Girdler.
Yes.
Regent Green.
Yes.
Regent Herdink.
Yes.
Regent Jackson.
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz.
Yes.
Regent Smith.
Yes.
And Regent Witten.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Thank you, and I just want to thank this board for their support. I want to thank the presidents that are here for everything that they're doing. There's a lot of great things going on in the system. I look very forward to this year. As much of our discussion was yesterday, we've got a lot of opportunity with this study coming out. I'm just excited right now, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is Dr. Zarapata's goals for 2022, 2023.
Yes, and in June, you gave me the tentative go-ahead to move forward with these. So I'm not going to rehash them, but I am going to tell you that per my conversations with Regent Finan and others, we will be developing KPIs that support these. The culture area in particular, we've got some really good ideas on how to set baselines. I'm going to be working very closely with Lynn on how we get KPIs. And my goal is to have something as simple as what you saw yesterday for the strategic plan is one place in Tableau to just go so that you can see at any given point in time how we're progressing towards these things. So we can align these, and I hope to have at least a framework in December to show you of where we're going with these things. So I'm excited. Again, there's 3 areas: trusted market leadership, culture, and resource optimization. So a lot of the resource optimization will come in with the compensation equity study, as well as the resource optimization study. So that's going to be 2 large things. I will be running point on that. We will have teams underneath that, but I fully intend that to be taking up a whole lot of my time. Very important project. Happy to answer any questions, but as I mentioned, we'll have a pretty good framework of what those KPIs are going to look like by December.
Any questions for Paul? Hearing none, the next item on the agenda is we need to go and
You have to take.
This
oh,
is
vote.
an
I'm
action.
sorry. Yes. Sorry. Motion?
So moved.
Motion, second.
So the motion and second on the floor is to accept the KCTCS President's 2022-23 performance goals and objectives. Chair
Pam,
Stevens.
excuse me. Pam, I'm sorry. Can we amend that to include the KPIs as noted?
Yes, so the request is to amend the motion to include the KPIs. If I hear no objection, we will vote on that motion as amended. Chair Stevens.
Aye.
Vice Chair Martin.
Aye.
Secretary Fletcher.
Aye.
Regent Bogard.
Aye.
Regent Finan.
Aye.
Regent Girdler.
Aye.
Regent Green.
Aye.
Regent Herdink.
Aye.
Regent Jackson.
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz.
Aye.
Regent Smith.
Aye.
And Regent Witten.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
All right. Do we have any housekeeping things before we go into closed session?
So we are about to entertain a motion to go into closed session. I am sorry about, I don't know the logistics of lunch. Okay, so at some point we may leave closed session. We will still be in closed session when we leave the room to get lunch, and then we will come back we will be having guests in closed session. And remember, as regents, you are permitted to ask for additional guests based on your conversation, and that everything we discuss in closed session is and remains in that session.
Do I hear a motion to go in closed session, proposal of pending litigation or individual matters? Do I hear a motion?
So move, Witten.
Second.
Okay, so we do need to state the exceptions for the record. I'm sorry, I don't have that in front of me.
Proposal. Are you, look, you want me to read the?
Parliamentary
Right.
Duncan.
Yes.
The exceptions for closed session are KRS 61.8101C, KRS 61.8101F, and KRS 61.8101N, as shown on the screen.
Thank you very much. So do we have a motion based on those exceptions to the Open Meetings Act?
Need a motion?
And a second?
Second.
All right, we will take a roll call vote. Chair Stevens?
Yes.
Vice Chair Martin?
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher?
Yes.
Regent Bogard?
Yes.
Regent Finan?
Yes.
Regent Girdler?
Yes.
Regent Green?
Yes.
Regent Herdink?
Yes.
Regent Jackson?
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz?
Yes.
Regent Smith?
Yes.
Regent Witten?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous, excuse me. The motion carries. For those of you who are electronic, please use the closed session link. If you are not able to be on camera, you cannot participate in closed session. Thank you.
And please note, your closed session back on the live stream and announce if any action is taken, and then we will have another agenda item before the conclusion of the meeting.
And on behalf of Mr. Girdler, we'll have a 9-minute break before we start the closed session. 9 minutes.
She's over there.
Ready?
Where is Patsy? Did she leave? Oh.
No.
okay. Okay.
You may go ahead.
Mhm.
I'd like to,
Oh, wait. Not on
we
that.
need to, yeah, all those, you want to do it by roll call? Okay. Yeah, we'll back in open session with,
We have to go back in.
yes, we're back in open session.
No action is taken. Nope.
No objections? We're back in open session. We have a motion and Buddy's gonna make them, present the information in reference to the motion. The next item of business.
Okay, and it should be noted that no action was taken by the board while in closed session.
Hello, so I'm talking to you today about the other post-employment benefits, which is considered the OPEB trust. Basically, we developed a new committee for the OPEB trust consisting of some college personnel and some college presidents. And then myself and Mr. Atkins is sitting on the committee as an advisor along with General Counsel Pam Duncan. We had our meeting this week and we discussed the benefits for our employees that have retired. And the committee came back and they're recommending that we move forward with the same benefits that the board approved in, I think, December of 2021 for our retirees, with the option that in January, we will get the committee back together and begin looking at the OPEB trust to look at the benefits that we're currently providing and the financial obligation of KCTCS and the OPEB trust.
All right.
All right, the motion is that the KCTRS Board of Regents maintain the current level of benefits for 403B op trust eligible retirees, with the mandate that the Trust Administration Committee begin work in January of 2023 to determine the best benefits for the retirees and for the most beneficial impact to the OPEB trust. Do I hear a motion from the floor?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Roll call vote.
Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Vice Chair Martin,
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher,
Yes.
Regent Bogard,
Yes.
Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Girdler, Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Herdink,
Yes.
Regent Jackson,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz has left, Regent Smith,
Yes.
and Regent Witten.
Yes.
Of the members present, the vote is unanimous and the motion carries.
The next meeting of the KCTCS Board will be December the 1st and 2nd, 2022 at the Systems Office. I'll hear a motion, unless there's any other item, motion for adjournment.
So moved.
And we'll have the consensus. All members signify by saying aye.
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 Yay, thank you all.
Thank you all. Thank you.